Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the ECTC 2020 Online Poomsae Tournament. We're so excited to have you all here, and we're just letting all our athletes into the room now, so we'll be starting shortly. Before we begin, we just want to go over a few reminders, so please turn off your video and microphone until you are on deck. At the right time, you will be highlighted and your video and mic will be asked to be turned on during your performance. If you could set your Zoom name to your competitor name, that will help us find you. Please no virtual backgrounds or effects. And if you have to restart due to technical difficulties, we will not penalize that. And to the best of your ability, stay in frame during your performance, as was gone over in the opening ceremony. If your performance is done out of frame, there is a 0.1 deduction, but repositioning yourself to stay in frame is not penalized. And to the best of your ability, turn off other internet-enabled devices to get the best connection during your performance. So this is the portion of the bracket that we will be starting with, match 501, West Point PC5 against MIT PC3. And this does not represent the whole bracket. You can kind of see the whole outline in the bottom right part of the screen. But this is where we'll be starting in the round of 32 for today. So this C-team ring will be representing our belts from white belt to green belt and taekwoks 1, 2, 3, and 4. So during the course of the tournament, athletes will do the belt appropriate Poomsae, and they can do the same Poomsae through each round. So in all 3 rings today, we will be having 5 judges per ring, which lets us drop the highest and lowest scores. Today in ring 3, this morning we'll be starting with Mark Zero Janis, Tom Butolf, Polkit Jane, Leah Rosenzweig, and Frank Fang. And we're just making sure all our athletes and judges are in the right places, and then we'll be starting shortly. And here's our first lineup. We have West Point PC5 against MIT PC3, both three-person teams, so it'll be a true head-to-head. First, we'll have Minso Yang against Tiffany Lui, then Jessie Yu against Karina Lara, and then Erin Lee against Hanji Liu. So since we have two three-person teams, whichever team wins 2 out of 3 matches will be the one to advance to the next round. And we're just getting ready to start with our first competitors. One interesting thing you can see is that we have 2 schools with lots of teams. So PC5 means that West Point has 5 C-Team Poomsae teams, which is amazing. And MIT has at least 3 in this ring. All right, and it looks like we'll be heading over to our first competitor from West Point PC5, Minso Yang.
Chariot, Hyunnae, 준비, 시작. 바로 Chariot, Hyunnae,
And that was Minso Yang from West Point. Minso's favorite class is chemistry and least favorite is history. And our scores are coming in with a 2.93 for accuracy. And we'll wait for that presentation score. And the presentation score is a 3.7, giving a total score of 6.63. And now we'll be moving on to our first competitor from MIT C3.
Chariot, Hyunnae, 준비, 시작. 바로 Chariot, Hyunnae,
All right, and that was Tiffany Louie from MIT. Some fun memories of Taekwondo are seeing cats over Zoom, and I agree, cats over Zoom during Taekwondo practice would be pretty fun. We'll just wait for her presentation and accuracy scores to come in, and there we go. We have the accuracy score with a 2.63, dropping the highs and lows on the side. And we'll wait for that presentation score to come in. And after that, we'll be back to the second matchup from West Point. And we have our total score of 6.13. So next up, we'll be seeing Jessie Yu from West Point PC5.
Chariot. Poomsae. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 킬네.
And that was Jessie Yu from West Point doing Taeguk 1. Outside of Taekwondo, Jessie also enjoys painting, drawing, and cooking. And Jessie's presentation accuracy score is coming in at 2.73. And presentation is 3.67 for a total score of 6.4. We'll be heading over to MIT C3 next, and that'll be Karina Lara.
Chariot. 킬네. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 킬네.
And that was Karina Lara from MIT PC3 doing Taeguk 1. And the accuracy score is a 2.53. And we'll see what the presentation score is for our final score. And our final score comes out to 5.73. And we have one more matchup for this round. Erin Lee from West Point to Hanji Liu of MIT.
Chariot. 킬네. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 킬네.
And that was Aaron Lee from West Point. Outside of Taekwondo, Aaron Lee also blacksmiths from his garage. And for that Taeguk 1, we're getting a 2.4 accuracy score. And we'll wait on that presentation score. And we have our total score of 5.6, and we'll move to our final competitor for this round, Hanji Liu from MIT.
Chariot. Kilne. 準備。시작. 바로. Chariot. kilne.
And that was Hanji Liu from MIT doing Taeguk 1. And an interesting fact about Hanji is that Hanji has been bald and most of the time cooks egg in the microwave. And our presentation score is here at our accuracy score is here at 2.6, and we'll wait for that presentation score to come in. And we have our total score of 6.3. So now we'll go to the lineup to see which team is advancing. So West Point PC5 has won 2 out of 3 rounds, so they will be advancing. But good job to all the competitors. And now we'll be moving on to the next matchup in this bracket. So up next is match 502, Rutgers PC1 against Northeastern PC1. And we have a 1 versus 2 person team here, so all the competitors will get to compete, but our 2 person team will be advancing. So first up, we'll have Shivang Patel from Rutgers, PC1.
Chariot. kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
And that was Shivang Patel from Rutgers PC1, and also our first Taiguk 3 of the day. As a reminder, competitors do the rank appropriate form. So if you're a green belt, you can do 3 or 4, and we're coming in with an accuracy score of 2.2. And Shivang has a lot of athletic experience, played soccer for 17 years and football for 6. Guess Taekwondo is the next thing. And we have our presentation score of 3.33 for a total score of 5.53. We'll be moving on to Northeastern PC1, our first athlete, Alexander Pick.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
And that was Alexander Pick from Northeastern PC1. Cool thing is Alexander just started last month, so a new student to Taekwondo, and already has played Among Us after Taekwondo class, popular pastime I hear. And we have our accuracy score coming in at 2.3. And we have our presentation score at a 3.43 for a total score of 5.73. And with that, we'll move on to our third competitor of this round, Daniel Lee, also from Northeastern.
Chariot. kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. kilne.
And that was Daniel Lee from Northeastern PC1. And Northeastern will be advancing this round with a team of 2. And we have our accuracy score of 2.07. And one of Daniel's fun memories from Taekwondo is breaking his first board. And our presentation score is coming in at 3.03 for a total of 5.1. So we'll be moving on to our next lineup, which will be match 503 Cortland PC1 against West Point PC6. And we have our 1 versus 3 here, so our 3-person team will be advancing. And first up, we have Joshua Stocking from Cortland PC1.
Harriet. Poomsae. 준비. 시작. 바로. Harriet. Poomsae.
And that was Joshua Stocking from Cortland. And Joshua has some martial arts experience, having also done jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai. So we'll just wait for those accuracy and presentation scores to come in for our final score. Joshua says some of his favorite Taekwondo memories are his first tournament and first match. So we're coming in with an accuracy score of 1.43. And interesting fact about Joshua is that Joshua was active duty for 3.5 years before going to school. And we have our final presentation score of 2.67 for a total score of 4.1. We'll be moving on to our next competitor from West Point PC6, Janice Zapata.
Chariot. Kilme. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilme.
And that was Janice Zapata. And we ask that if anyone has the live stream on, make sure it's not visible or audible during the live our Zoom rooms. So we have our accuracy coming in at 1.83. And outside Taekwondo, Janice also likes dancing and playing music. And our final score is a 4.93, and we'll be heading over to our second West Point competitor, Jade McBride.
Chariot. Kilme. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilme.
And that was Jade McBride from West Point doing Taeguk 1. So we'll wait for those accuracy and presentation scores to come in. And we have a 2.43 for our accuracy. And we have one more competitor from West Point before we finish this matchup.
Chariot. Kilme. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilme.
And that was Seth Quackenbush from West Point PC6, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.53. We'll just wait for that presentation score. Outside of Taekwondo, Seth also enjoys running, and we have our final score of 5.97. And our team from West Point PC6 will be moving on to the next round. And that was match 503. We'll be moving on to match 504 next. So our next matchup is West Point PC3 against Vermont PC1, and we have two 3-person teams here, so it will be a contested matchup. And first up, we'll have Major Green from West Point PC3. And as a reminder, this is the ECTC 2020 Online Poomsae Championships. And in ring 3 here, we have all CT matches today, Taegeuk's 1 through 4.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 하러. Chariot. kilne.
And that was Major Green from West Point doing Taegeuk 1. One of Major's fun Taekwondo memories is the team Halloween party. Major's accuracy score is coming in at 2.37. We'll wait for that presentation score. And our presentation is 3.3, coming for a final score of 5.67. And we'll move on to UVM, first competitor, Olivia Peterson.
Chariot. kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로 Chariot. Q&A.
And that was Olivia Peterson from Vermont PC1 doing Taeguk 3. Athletes are allowed to do any rank appropriate form in our team format. And Olivia's getting an accuracy score of 2.87, and we'll wait for that presentation score. Olivia played soccer and softball in high school, so coming from an athletic background there into Taekwondo now. And our presentation score is 3.43 for a total of 6.3. We'll be going back to West Point now to our second athlete, another Olivia Brown.
Chariot. Q&A. 준비. 시작. 바로 Chariot. Q&A.
And that was Olivia Brown from West Point PC3. Some interesting things. Oh, we have our accuracy score of 2.67 coming in, and we'll wait for that presentation score. And before Taekwondo, Olivia did Krav Maga. And we have a total score of 6.03. See where that puts up in the matchup.
Chariot. Q&A. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
And that was Umema Sriji from Vermont, PC1, doing Taeguk 3. That's our second matchup of this 3v3. And we'll have one more after
Miss Emily's
this.
not here today.
Okay, so we'll have, it looks like we'll be having a 2 versus 3 matchup. So Umema's accuracy score is coming in at a 2.3. And we'll wait for that presentation score. And looks like it's a 3.0 presentation score. So one match going to Vermont, one match going to West Point, and looks like we'll just have Connor Borek from Vermont for our last round.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
And that was Connor Borek from Vermont PC1, wrapping up our match number 504. Doing our first Taeguk 4 of the day, very exciting. And we have our accuracy score coming in at a 2.57. We'll wait for that presentation. And apart from Taekwondo, Connor also does karate and has a 3rd-degree black belt in karate. So we have our total score coming in at a 5.67, and I believe Vermont will be advancing to the next round. Yep, so we have a 2 versus 3, and Vermont winning 1, and having that extra 3rd person gives them the points to go to the next round. So we'll be moving on to our next matchup. Sorry, we're just inputting some scores to make sure everything behind the scenes works smoothly. And then we'll be heading over to match 505. All right, so these are the final results of match number 504. And now we have Albany PC1 up against MIT PC4 for our next matchup. So here's our lineup. We have a 3v3 by belt against Julia Pocket, Ryan Reno against Jawad Youssef, and Morgan Quay against Tejas Jayan Shankar.
Chariot. Poomsae. 준비. 시작. 바로. chariot. Poomsae.
And that was my belt from Albany PC1 doing Taeguk 3. And we're coming in with an accuracy score of 2.0. Vi says at her first tournament, they threw a fit because they lost their first sparring match, but did another exhibition match and lost, but still cemented their love for Taekwondo, a story I can definitely relate to. And we have our presentation score at 2.9 for our total score of 4.9. And we'll be moving over to MIT PC4 now with our first competitor, Julia Pocket.
chariot. Poomsae. 준비. 시작. 바로. chariot. Poomsae.
And that was Julia Pocket from MIT doing Taeguk 1, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.17. We'll wait for that presentation score. Julia did her first belt test over Zoom, which is very exciting. And our presentation coming in at 3.17 for a total of 5.33. We'll be going back to Albany for Ryan Reynaud, and that first round goes to MIT.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 서로. Chariot. kilne.
And that was Ryan Reynaud from Albany PC1 coming in with an accuracy score of 2.17. That was Taeguk 3, a rank appropriate form for green belt. And we have our presentation of 3.3 for a total score of 5.47. And we'll be heading over to our athlete from MIT, Jawad Youssef.
Chariot. kilne. 준비. 시작. 서로. Chariot. kilne.
And that was Jawad Youssef from MIT doing Taeguk 1. Our second matchup of match 505 and an accuracy score of 2.57. A reminder that today athletes are allowed to readjust to do their best to stay in frame. And we have a presentation score of 3.77 for a total score of 6.33. And looks like 2 rounds going to red, but we'll still see how this third round comes out for Morgan Quay of Albany and Tejas Jayashankar from MIT.
Chariot. kilne. 준비. 시작. 서로. Chariot. kilne.
And that was Morgan Quay from Albany. We have our accuracy score of 2.7. We'll wait for that presentation score. Morgan has studied in France and had a pet cockroach. And our presentation score coming in at 3.43 for a final score of 6.13. And we'll be moving on to our last match of this, last form of this match, which is Tejas Jaya Shankar from MIT.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. kilne.
That was Tejas Jayashankar finishing up match 505. We'll wait for those scores to come in. And pre-quarantine, Tejas was learning salsa and bachata and hiked in the Swiss Alps. Quite a feat. All right, and we have our accuracy score coming in at 2.83. We'll wait for that presentation score. And presentation is a 3.47 for a final score of 6.3. So we can look at the final match results to see what's happening. All right, and we have all 3 rounds going to MIT PC4. Congratulations to all of the athletes, and we'll be moving on to our next match shortly. So next up, we'll be having match number 506, which is MIT PC2 up against Tufts PC1. So 3 versus 2, so whichever, we'll have to win 2 rounds to advance. Just want to thank everyone for doing their best to be on time for the competition today. Makes things go way smoother than trying to find people to be in the right rooms. And here's our matchup for match 506. First up, we have Grace Huang up against Melvin Nguyen. Then we'll have Daniel Dangon against Manpreet Kaur and Alessandra Santos.
Period. Kilme. 준비. 시작. 바로. Period. kilme.
And that was Grace Huang from MITC2. Coming in with an accuracy score of 2.77. And a presentation score of 3.47 for a total of 6.23. So next up, we'll be going over to Tufts for Melvin Lin.
Hi, the space is currently in use for a B2 ring, and the form is about to start.
All right, so we'll have a very brief break while we wait for that B team matchup to finish. Not a problem that teams are using the same space. We're just glad that everyone's able to compete today at all. So a big thank you to all the TC members and judges working today. This tournament would not be possible without everyone working behind the scenes to make the best online tournament experience possible. So here in ring 3, we have Audrey Crawford in charge of the ring. And one of Audrey's favorite memories from Taekwondo are traveling and getting to know people from many different cultures and seeing how different we are, and more importantly, how much alike we are. Really important thing to keep in mind at all times. And definitely Taekwondo can be that bridge. All right, and looks like we might be ready to get back to our next competitor soon. And this will be Melvin Lin from Tufts C1.
Chariot. 교내. 준비. 시작.
아,
바로. Chariot. 교내.
That was Melvin Lin from Tufts PC1. We'll wait for those scores to come in. And looks like we have an accuracy score of 1.27. And a presentation score of 2.67 for a total score of 3.93. So that first round goes to Grace Huang from MIT. And we'll be moving on to our second matchup with Daniel Dangon from MIT.
Chariot. 교내. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 교내.
That was Daniel Dangon from MIT coming in with an accuracy score of 2.43 for one of our few Taeguk 4s of the day. Very exciting. One of Daniel's fun memories of Taekwondo is he said that the first time I medaled in Poomsae was a good time. Sounds like it. And our presentation score is a 3.33 for a total of 5.77. We'll be going back to Tufts PC1 with Manpreet Kaur.
Chariot. 교내. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Manpreet Kaur from Tufts PC1. And Manpreet has just started, but appreciates everyone being so supportive and helpful and has been just learning kicks and practicing outdoors. And we love to hear that, especially in these pandemic times. Coming in with an accuracy score of 0.87, and we'll wait for that presentation score. And our presentation coming in at 1.93 for a total score of 2.8. And that gives our second round to MIT. And we will be heading to Alessandra Santos for our third competitor.
Chariot. Kilne. Toombi. Shisha. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Alessandro Santos from MIT doing Taeguk 3. And we have our accuracy coming in at 2.4. We'll wait for that presentation score. And our presentation coming in at 3.57 for a total of 5.97. So it looks like MIT will be advancing to the next round. So our next lineup is match 507, Ohio State versus Cornell, both C1 teams. We have a 2 against 3, so whichever team wins 2 out of 3 rounds will move on to the next round. This is our matchup, Sarah Colbert against Christina Lee, followed by Michael Abu Elias against Peter Cha, and then our third on the right from Cornell, Chloe Long.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Sarah Colbert from Ohio State. And one benefit we have to doing this online is there's hopefully much less driving time needed to get to the tournament. And we have our accuracy coming in at 2.17. We'll wait for that presentation score. I believe that was also one of our few Taeguk 2s today. And our presentation at 3.2 for a total score of 5.37. So we'll be going over to our Cornell team. And first up, we have Christina Lee.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
And that was Christina Lee from Cornell. If you're just tuning in, this is the ECTC 2020 Online Poomsae Championships. And in ring 3 here, we have our C teams today doing Taeguks 1 through 4. Looks like we had some technical difficulties on that stream, so we might be asking our athlete to do the Poomsae again. So please stand by while we figure this out. So to highlight one of our refs in ring 3, we have Tom Buttel from Vermont. And some of Tom's hobbies outside Taekwondo are CAD and 3D printing. Pretty cool stuff. One of Tom's fun memories from Taekwondo is the first time he nailed that first multi-board 3-inch punch during a rank testing, which sounds very exhilarating. And Christina Lee, if you're still there, can you get your camera on so we can have one more run? We're sorry about our connection issues. And Christina Lee, if you're still there, can you get your camera on so we can have one more run?
카메라
Sorry
온
about our
했는데.
connection issues.
카메라 온 했는데. 카메라 온 해달라고 그래. 카메라 온 했거든. 카메라 온 안 됐어?
It should be on.
I think you're good now. Yeah.
Okay.
됐대.
Okay, that's good.
And Christina Lee, if you're still there, can you get your camera on so we can have one more run?
카메라
Sorry about our connection issues.
카메라 온 했는데.
Miss
카메라
Lee,
온 해달라고 그래.
Miss Lee, are you ready to go? Just give me a thumbs up, please.
It should be on.
Harriet?
I think you're good now. Yeah.
Okay.
됐대.
Okay, that's good.
Kyone. 준비. 시작. Miss Lee, are you ready to go? Just give me a thumbs up, please. Harriet?
I think you're good now.
Kyone. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kyone.
All right, and again, that was Christina Lee from Cornell, coming in with an accuracy score of 3.17. Looks like we got a better internet connection that time, which we love to hear. And a presentation score of 3.73 for a total score of 6.9. And we'll be moving over to our second matchup next. So that first matchup goes to Christina. And next up we have Michael Abu Elias from Ohio State.
Chariot. Kyone. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kyone.
That was Michael Abu Elias from OSU, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.1 on Taeguk 4. Michael is Lebanese and has never broken a bone. Hopefully we can keep it that way. And our presentation score is coming in at 3.23 for a final score of 5.33. We'll be moving on to our Cornell athlete for the second matchup, Peter Cha.
Chariot. Hyunhae. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. hyunhae.
And that was Peter Cha from Cornell. Coming in with an accuracy score of 2.9, we'll just wait for that presentation, which is a 3.63 for a total score of 6.53. That's our second matchup of this round. Also going to Cornell, so we'll just have one more Poomsae performance from Chloe Long.
Chariot. hyunhae. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. hyunhae.
And that was Chloe Long from Cornell, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.83. Doing Taeguk 2. And a presentation of 3.5 for a total score of 6.33. And that concludes our match number 507 going to Cornell. We'll be advancing to the round of 16. All right, and we'll be taking a quick break and we'll be back shortly. All right, we're getting ready to go in ring 3 again. And here in ring 3, we have 5 judges. Our ref is Marg Zero Janice, Tom Butolf, Polkit Jane, Leah Rosenzweig, and Frank Fang. And we also have Audrey Crawford managing the ring. And just a quick reminder about the rules for today. Turn off your mic and video until you are on deck. And please set your Zoom name to the competitor name, also with the school, so we can find you as easily as possible. No virtual backgrounds or effects. It'll probably get in the way of your Poomsae, which nobody wants. And if we ask you to restart due to technical difficulties, you will not be penalized in your score. Try to stay in frame during your performance. Moves out of frame will be deducted, but readjustments will not. And to the best of your ability, turn off other internet or very loud devices to try to get the best quality during your performance. All right, and we've moved over to the other side of our round of 32 bracket for match number 508, which is Albany versus Vermont. So we have a nice 2v2 matchup here. Maya Shah versus Anna Thornton and Samantha Kittle versus Hangzhu Piao.
Chariot. Hilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. hilne.
And that was Maya Shah from U Albany coming in with an accuracy score of 2.37. And our presentation score coming in at 3.10 for a total score of 5.47. We'll head over to UVM now with Anna Thornton.
Chariot. hilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. hilne.
That was Anna Thornton from Vermont doing Taeguk 1. And looks like our accuracy score is coming in at a 2.4. We'll just wait for that presentation score next. And presentation coming in at 2.93 for a total score of 5.33. So that's our first matchup going to Albany. And our second matchup will be coming with Samantha Kittle from Albany.
Chariot. hilne. 준비. 시작. Paddle. Chariot. Hyunnae.
That was Samantha Kittle doing Taeguk 2 from U Albany. Samantha says she participates in Taekwondo board breaking competitions and always gains wonderful memories from the tournaments. Hopefully this will be one of those too. Her accuracy score is coming in at 2.33 and presentation at 2.9 for a total score of 5.23. We'll be going over to our UVM team, Hangzhi Piao.
Chariot. Hyunnae. 준비. 시작. Paddle. Chariot. Hyunnae.
That was Hangzhi Piao from Vermont doing Taeguk 3, our second of 2 matchups this round. And we're getting an accuracy score of 1.87, so we'll wait for that presentation score. And we have a presentation score of 2.93 for a total of 4.8. Let's see where that puts up in this matchup. So both our rounds go to Albany. So Albany will be advancing to the next round. All right, and we will be going to match 510 now, coming back to 509. And that'll be MIT PC1 up against Northeastern PC2. So we have a 3v3 lineup here, very competitive, and whichever team wins 2 out of 3 rounds will be advancing. So first up, we'll have Tina Chen against Khushbu Kadam.
Chariot. Hyunnae. 준비. 시작. Paddle. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Tina Chen from MIT for the first matchup of this match, 5-10. We'll wait for those scores to come in. And it looks like we have an accuracy score of 2.97. Oops. We just bumped up slightly to a 3.0.
Come and see.
And a presentation score of 3.5 or a total score of 6.5. We'll be going over to Northeastern PC2 for our first competitor, Khushbu Kadam.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Khushbu Kadam from Northeastern PC2 doing Taeguk 4. We'll wait for those scores to come in. And it looks like we're getting a 2.4 for accuracy. And today we're definitely really appreciating all the athletes finding different times and spaces to be a part of this tournament. And it looks like we have our presentation score at 3.57 for a total score of 5.97. So that was our first matchup of match 5-10. And it goes to blue, Tina Chen. Next up, we'll have Angela Gao and Andrew Wynn.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Angela Gao from MIT doing Taeguk 1. And coming in with an accuracy score of 3.2. Reminder that today, since we are in a Zoom competition, we're not giving deductions for adjustments. So competitors are free to move if they need to make sure as much of their form stays in frame as possible. We're waiting for that presentation score. Presentation score at 3.77 for a total score of 6.97. We'll be moving over to Northeastern PC2 with Andrew Wynn.
Chariot. Kyunhae. 준비. 시작. 팔어. Chariot. Kyunhae.
That was Andrew Wynn from Northeastern doing Taeguk 2. Andrew did karate for 10 years, so this is the first time he's ever done Taekwondo. And accuracy score coming in at 2.6. Andrew also likes watching other combat sports like MMA and Muay Thai. And presentation score coming in at 3.37 for a total score of 5.97. Let's see where that puts us in our second matchup of match 510. So both rounds going to MIT so far, but let's see where this third round puts us with Tenzin Jampa.
Chariot. Kyunhae. 준비. 시작. 팔어. Chariot. Kyunhae.
All right, that was Tenzin Jampa from MIT doing Taeguk 3 for our third of 3 matchups for match number 510. Looks like we're having our accuracy score coming in at a 2.47. Reminder that since we have 5 judges today, the highest and lowest score from both accuracy and presentation will be dropped, and the other 3 scores averaged. And presentation score of 3.27 for a final score of 5.73. Looks like we'll be heading over to Northeastern for our final competitor for this match, Jackson Williams.
Chariot. Hilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Hilne.
That was Jackson Williams from Northeastern C2. Wrapping up our final match of match 510, getting an accuracy score of 2.4 with Taeguk 4. And presentation for 3.23 for a final score of 5.63. So we'll get a look at the final matchup for this round shortly. And looks like MIT is taking all 3 rounds to advance to the next round. Congrats to all the athletes. All right, looks like we're getting ready to start our next match, 509, Cornell PC4 versus West Point PC7. And we have a 3v2 here with Jassa Chang Weinberg against Denison Piasolan.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Burrow. Chariot. Kilne.
And that was Jassa Chang Weinberg from Cornell PC4 doing Taeguk 3. Coming in with an accuracy score of 2.47. Jassa studies industrial labor and relations, and outside of Taekwondo likes baking, traveling, and community service. And presentation score coming in at 3.07 for a final score of 5.53. We'll be going over to West Point now for Denison PS Salon.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Denison Pia Salon from West Point. Coming in with an accuracy score of 2.2. And presentation coming in at 3.13. And a correction from earlier, Jose Lopez will not be competing with the West Point P7 team. So we actually have a 3v1 lineup. So that first round goes to Cornell, and we'll be going to Vivian Duan next.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Vivian Duan from Cornell PC4. We'll wait for the scores to come in. Coming in with an accuracy score of 2.57. Outside of Taekwondo, Vivian likes to crochet. And presentation score coming in at a 3.17 for a total score of 5.73. So Jose Lopez is not competing today, so we'll just be inputting a scratch score. And we'll be moving on to our final athlete this round, Alex Zhanglang from Cornell.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. kilne.
That was Alex Zhanglam from Cornell doing Taeguk 1. Alex studies plant science and accuracy score coming in at 2.2. We'll wait for that presentation to wrap up this matchup. And coming in for a final score of 5.3. So Cornell will be advancing to the next round. Just to highlight, one of our judges today in this ring 3 is Polkit Jane, who is a certified ostrich rider. Cool hobby. All right, and for those of us just joining us, welcome back to the ECTC Live Online Poomsae Championships. In Ring 3, we're having all C-team competitors today. So that's white belts through green belts. And just a few reminders, please have your video and microphone off until you are on deck. Set your Zoom name to your competitor name and try to include your team school name so we can find you as easily as possible. Make sure no virtual backgrounds or effects are enabled. If we ask you to restart due to technical difficulties, you will not be penalized. And try your best to stay in frame during your performance. Out of frame movements will have a deduction, but if you adjust to have your movements stay in frame, there will be no penalty. And to the best of your ability, turn off other internet-enabled devices or anything very loud in your immediate surroundings for the best quality during your performance. And we have 5 judges today here in ring 3. So that means the highest and lowest scores will be dropped for each competitor and the remaining 3 averaged. And in ring 3, our judges today are Mark Zero Janis, Tom Butolf, Polkit Jane, Leah Rosenzweig, and Frank Fang. Some other TC members in the ring today are Audrey Crawford, Caroline Sheck, Catherine Chen, and Noriko Aizawa. And I'm Memie Osuga. All right, so we are getting ready for our next matchup, which looks like match 511 West Point PC2 against MIT PC5. Want to make sure that all our competitors are in the right place. Okay, and here is our lineup for match 511. First up, we have Ethan Jennings against Mahir Kambete. And this is a 3v2.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. kilne.
That was Ethan Jennings from West Point, doing Taeguk 1, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.7. And Ethan says one of his fun memories of Taekwondo is sparring against the upperclassmen. And presentation score coming in at 3.43 for a total score of 6.13. We'll be moving over to our MIT PC5 team with Mahir Kambete.
Chariot. 교내. 준비. 시작.
Yeah.
바로. Chariot. 교내.
That was Mahir Kambete for our first matchup of match 511, doing Taeguk 1, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.1. And we're waiting for that presentation score, which will be, oh, here it is, the 3.17 score for a total score of 5.27. So we'll be going to our next athlete, and our first round goes to Blue Ethan Jennings with West Point. And next up is Josh Wong.
Chariot. 교내. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 교내.
That was Josh Wong from West Point, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.33 on Taeguk 1. And accuracy is scored out of a total possible 4 points, and presentation has a total possible 6 points, broken up into 3 different categories. And presentation coming in at 3.43 for a total score of 5.77. We'll be going up over to MIT with Pip Engereiser.
Chariot. 교내. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 교내.
And that was Pip Engereiser from MIT in our second matchup of match 511. And Pip also plays the cello, sails, and does jigsaw puzzles, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.17. Our presentation scores are made up of power and speed, rhythm and flow, and expression of key. And today that came to a 3.27 for a total score of 5.43. Let's see where that puts us in the matchup. So far, both rounds going to West Point, and we'll have our last competitor this match, who is Besa Ibrahimi from West Point.
Chariot. Kyonen. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kyonen.
That was Besa Ibrahimi from West Point, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.27. This is the last Poomsae for match number 511. Oh, and we're waiting for that presentation score, but West Point will be advancing to the next round. And coming in, the presentation score, 3.37 for a total of 5.63. All right, and on to the next teams in the bracket. We have Harvard PC1 up against Michigan PC1. So it looks like this is a 2v3 matchup. So on the left, we have Cynthia Mesa against Kara Hinrichs and Matthew Tyler against Nuala Kennedy. And then our third is Wenjiao Chu.
Chariot. Kyonen. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kyonen.
That was Cynthia Meza from Harvard doing Taeguk 4. Cynthia studies biomedical engineering and has an accuracy score today of 2.67. A fun Taekwondo memory Cynthia has is going out for dim sum at the end of the fall semester. And her presentation score coming in at 3.37 for a total score of 6.03. Next up from Michigan, we have Kara Hinrichs.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 팔어. Chariot. Kilne.
All right, that was Kara Hinrichs from Michigan for the first matchup of match 512, accuracy coming in at 1.97. And outside Taekwondo, Kara enjoys video games and spending time with friends and family. And presentation score coming in at 3.23 for a total score of 5.2. And looks like our first round going to Harvard. And our next athlete is Matthew Tyler.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 팔어. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Matthew Tyler from Harvard doing Taeguk 4, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.3. And our presentation score coming in at a 3.57 for a total score of 5.87. And next up we have Nuala Kennedy from UMich.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 팔어. Chariot. kilne.
That was Nuala Kennedy from UMich doing Taeguk 1. Coming in with an accuracy score of 2.27. Nuala's major is art and design, and favorite class, 2D design. And presentation score coming in at 3.2 for a total score of 5.43. Let's see where that puts us. So both rounds going to Harvard, and we'll have our last competitor, Wenjiao Chu from UMich.
Chariot. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 경례.
And that was Wenjiao Chu from UMich coming in with an accuracy score of 2.7. Outside of Taekwondo, Wenjiao enjoys programming, writing, drawing, and watching anime. And Wenjiao is new to the TKD club, but enjoyed meeting everyone at the first in-person practice. Must have been special. And presentation score coming in at 3.47 for a total score of 6.17. So that wraps up match number 512. Harvard will be advancing, and we'll get on to our next competitors. So next up we have match 513, which is Cornell C2 against Princeton C1. Looks like we have a full 3-on-3 matchup, with Kusala Anupindi going up against Jaru Chu first.
You may want to back up slightly so we can start out seeing your feet. Chariot. 경례. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 경례.
From Cornell, that was Kusala Anupindi doing Taeguk 2. And accuracy score coming in at 1.9. And to be flexible for this online format, we are not giving deductions for adjustments today to in an effort to have athletes' moves stay in frame. And presentation score coming in at 3.27 for a total score of 5.17. We'll be moving over to Princeton next with Jae Chu.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. kilne.
From Princeton, that was Jae Chu for the first matchup of match number 513, getting an accuracy score of 3.03 out of a possible 4 points. We'll wait for that presentation score to come in now. And presentation coming in at 3.53 for a total score of 6.57. I think that first matchup goes to Princeton, and up next from Cornell, we'll have Susan Gary.
Chariot. kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. kilne.
That was Susan Gary from Cornell performing Taeguk 1, getting an accuracy score of 2.77. And presentation score coming in at 3.27 for a total score of 6.03. And our second competitor in this matchup will be Adrian Rogers from Princeton.
Chariot. kilne. 준비. 시작. Puddle. Chariot. Kilne.
From Princeton, that was Adrian Rogers doing Taeguk 2. Coming in with an accuracy score of 2.67. And here in ring 3 for C team, we have 5 judges today, so we are dropping the highest and lowest score and averaging the other 3. And we're getting our total score of 6.17. So that concludes our second matchup, also going to Princeton. And our next competitor is Robert Fleming from Cornell.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
From Cornell, that was Robert Fleming. Coming in with an accuracy score of 2.63. And to highlight one of our judges in this ring, we have Leah Rosenzweig, who is studying sports psychology. And Robert Fleming's total score coming to 6.17. I think that leaves us with one more competitor in this matchup, Nicole Gontanis from Princeton.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Nicole Guntanis from Princeton, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.43. We'll wait for that presentation score on Taeguk 3. And presentation coming in at 3.5 for a total score of 5.93. And that round goes to Cornell. So looks like for our final results of match 513, Princeton will be advancing to the next round. So we'll be taking a short break and competition will return at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. All right, welcome back to the ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament. This is Ring 3, where we are doing all CT matches today. Before we get started, we would love to introduce our judges in this ring today. So starting off, we have Frank Fang drinking Coca-Cola. Frank Fang trained at both MIT and Columbia, and his only time sparring in a finals match was at the ECTC Princeton tournament on the MIT team. But ECTC is such that both his Columbia teammates and new MIT teammates came and cheered him on. And up next, we have Leah Rosenzweig, also a veteran ECTC competitor. Leah's favorite Taekwondo memories are competing in the female team at Collegiate Nationals in 2019 and breaking her first board. And up next, we have Pulkit Jain, who is the certified ostrich rider in our ring. And up next, we have our next judge, Mark Zero Janis. And Mark is the editor-in-chief of Taekwondo Life magazine. And his book, The Suffering of Innocence, just got optioned for a Lifetime movie, which is very exciting. In this ring, we also have Gina Kim from Fairfax, Virginia. And Gina loves Crocs and every genre of music. And in this ring, we also have Judge Audrey Crawford, who has a degree in music education and occasionally still plays trumpet. And we also have Judge Tom in this ring. Tom is from Colchester, Vermont. And all his referee experiences with the ECTC count as very fun memories from Taekwondo. Tom also shares a birthday with Elvis Presley. Fun fact for you. All right. So I believe those are our refs for Ring 3, and we also have a fabulous TC team. Caroline Scheck there doing the Zoom. Catherine Chen here. I'm Memier doing the commentary. Noriko, Betsy Smith, and Carissa Fu. And I think we will be getting started with our next match shortly. So before we begin, just a few reminders. Please have your video and microphone off until you are on deck. Set your Zoom name to your competitor name. So have your team name and first or last names, I guess last names in your name so we can find you easily. Make sure there are no virtual backgrounds or effects. And if we ask you to restart due to technical difficulties, you will not be penalized. Try your best to stay in frame during your performance. And if you have to make adjustments during your Poomsae, that is allowed. And to the best of your ability, turn off other internet-enabled devices or devices that make a lot of noise to get the best quality performance. And we're in now the round of 16. So match 516 up first, we have Vermont C1 up against MIT C4. So this looks like a full 3-on-3 matchup. So best 2 of 3 will move on to the next round. And we'll be starting with Connor Borick and Tejas Jayashankar.
Chariot. Killing. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. killing.
That was Connor Borick from UBM doing Taekuk Sajang. And we get an accuracy score of 2.3. And since we have 5 judges, we are dropping the high and low scores in both accuracy and presentation and averaging the other 3. Fun fact, Connor is a triplet. And presentation score coming in at 3.37 for a total score of 5.67. Next up is Tejas Jayashankar from MIT.
Chariot. killing. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. killing.
That was Tejas Jayashankar from MIT doing Taekuk Iljang, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.37. Tejas is in the PhD program in computer science at MIT and has a presentation score of 3.43 for a final score of 5.8. So super close score there, but first round goes to Tejas and MIT. And next up we have Umima Sriji against Jawad Youssef.
Chariot. killing. 준비. 시작. Chariot. Kyone.
That was Umema Surji from UVM. We're waiting for those scores to come in to see. And we get a 2.37 for accuracy out of a possible 4 points. And presentation coming in at 3.23 for a total score of 5.6. Up next is Jawad Youssef from MIT.
Chariot. Kyone. 준비. 시작. Para. Chariot. Kyone.
Jawad Youssef from MIT doing Taeguk Iljang, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.87. And presentation score, oh, hold on just a moment. There we go, 3.73 for a final score of 6.6. And that was our second matchup of match number 516. And both rounds going to MIT so far. So let's go over for our last matchup from Vermont, Olivia Peterson and Julia Pocket.
Chariot. Kyone. 준비. 시작. Para. Chariot. Kyone.
That was Olivia Peterson from UVM doing Taeguk Samjang, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.9. Outside Taekwondo, Olivia also plays guitar and likes to bike and play soccer. Her presentation score coming in at 3.57 for a total score of 6.47. And on to our final competitor for this matchup, Julia Pocket from MIT.
Chariot. Kyone. 준비. 시작. Horo. Chariot. Kilne.
And that was Julia Pocket from MIT coming in with an accuracy score of 2.2. And we're getting presentation of 3.27 for a total score of 5.47. That's matchup for match number 516 and 2 rounds to MIT, so they will be advancing to the next round. All right, and if you're just joining us here in Ring 3 of the ECTC 2020 Online Poomsae Championships, we're running all C team matches. So that's white through green belt. And Taekwondo athletes are allowed to do any rank appropriate form. And they can do that throughout the whole pit. Today we have nearly 200 competitors competing across 3 rings, all run virtually and hopefully at a safe distance. We're just making sure we have all the right competitors in the right places and aren't trying to make 2 teams go at the same time. So we'll be there very shortly. Okay, and it looks like we'll be doing match number 515. That's Northeastern C1 up against West Point C6. And we have a 2 versus 3 matchup. So whichever team wins 2 of 3 rounds will advance. And first up from Northeastern, we have Daniel Lee up against Jade McBride from West Point.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. Shishak. Period. Kyone.
Daniel Lee from Northeastern doing Taekuk Ijan, the second form. Daniel is a business major at Northeastern. And outside of Taekwondo, likes to hang out with friends, listen to music, and collect coins. And our accuracy score coming in at 2.27. And presentation 3.23 for a final score of 5.5. And we'll head over to our next team from West Point with Jade McBride.
Period. Kyone. Junbi. 시작. 바로. Period. Kyone.
Jade McBride from West Point doing Taekuk Iljang. And accuracy score coming in at 2.3. And presentation at 3.27 for a total score of 5.57. So that was the first matchup. We'll see which side got the higher score. Looks like that round went to Jade from West Point. And next up we have Alexander Pick from Northeastern.
Period. Kyone. 준비. 시작. 바로. Period. kyone.
Alexander Pick from Northeastern doing Taekuk Iljang. Alexander is a mechanical engineering student at Northeastern and outside of Taekwondo likes Legos, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.67. You can see the breakdown on the left where we take out the highest and lowest scores. Waiting for the presentation, a 3.3 out of possible 6 for a total of 5.97. We head back to West Point for our second competitor, Janice Zapata.
Period. kyone. 준비. 시작. Taro. Chariot. Kilne.
Janice Zapata from West Point doing Taeguk Iljang. Janice is studying engineering management. And accuracy score coming in at 2.17. Janice is also the first in her family to go to college and be in the military. And presentation coming in at 3.03 for a total score of 5.2. And I think that just leaves our last athlete. Oh, so one round going each way so far, but West Point with 3 people will be advancing. And last up, we have Seth Quackenbush from West Point.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. 시작. Taro. Chariot. Kilne.
Seth Quackenbush from West Point doing Taeguk Iljang. Seth's favorite class is Persian and Calculus 2, least favorite, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.6. And presentation coming in at 3.37 for a total of 5.97. That wraps up match number 515 for us. We're on to the next. So it looks like we're going on to match 514 now, which is Cornell C3 against West Point C5. Full 3-on-3 lineup here. And first up,
Okay, so Jesse's up.
first up, we have Jessie Jiang from Cornell.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. 시작. Kuro. Chariot. Kilne.
Jessie Jiang from Cornell doing Taekuk Samjang. Jessie used to live in Germany when she was a kid. And accuracy score coming in at 2.67. Jessie is also looking to start her own clothing startup soon. Very exciting. Best of luck. And presentation coming in at 3.33 for a total score of 6.0. And next up, we have Jessie Yu from West Point.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. Shijak. Kuro. Chariot. Kilne.
Jessie Yu from West Point performing Taekuk Iljang, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.57. I'm waiting for that presentation score. Possible 6 points there. And 3.37 presentation score for a total score of 5.93. I think that was a very close matchup. So first round going to Jessie Jiang by 0.07 of a point. And next up we have Jenna McGuire-Rothram from Cornell.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. Shishak. Kuro. Chariot. Kilne.
Jenna Rothram of Cornell doing Taekuk Sajang, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.27. Fun memory of Taekwondo is laughing with friends during class. For sure, a good time. And presentation score coming in at 3.27 for a total of 5.53. Next up from West Point, we have Minso Yang.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. Shishak. Total. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Min-So Yang from West Point in our second head-to-head of match number 514, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.73. Min-So has lived in Korea, Canada, Texas, and New Jersey. And waiting for that presentation score. Oh, there we go, 3.27 for a final score of 6.0. And for our third matchup, oh, and seeing where our second head-to-head went to Min-So on West Point. So one for each team, and this third one will be the one to decide it all. And next up, we have Meredith Braffman from Cornell.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Thorough. Chariot. Kilne.
Meredith Braffman from Cornell doing Taekaksajan. Scores for Poomsae are split up into accuracy and presentation, accuracy being out of a possible 4 points and deducted as the form is being performed live. And we have our accuracy score coming in at 2.1. And presentation at 3.0 for a total score of 5.1. And for our last competitor of this head-to-head, we'll have Erin Lee from West Point.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Total. Chariot. Kilne.
Aaron Lee from West Point performing Taeguk Iljang, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.37. Aaron's favorite class is psychology. And when asked about fun memories of Taekwondo, he said, starting. I agree. Starting Taekwondo is super fun. And our final presentation score coming in at 3.3 for a final score of 5.67. And let's see which team took this round. Looks like West Point is moving on, winning 2 out of 3 matches. Okay, and our next match today will be number 517 with MIT C2 up against Cornell C1. We have 2 full 3v3 teams here for an exciting matchup. Whichever team wins 2 out of 3 matches will be advancing. First up, Alessandra Santos up against Chloe Long.
Period. Hyunnae. 준비. 시작. 바로. 바로. Period. Hyunnae.
Alessandra Santos from MIT performing Taekuk Samjang. And we have 5 judges in this ring, so we drop the highest and lowest scores. And accuracy coming in at a 2.77. Presentation 3.40 for a total of 6.17. And next up is Chloe Long from Cornell.
Period. Hyunnae. 준비. 시작. Chariot. Kilne.
Chloe Long from Cornell performing Taekuk Ijan in our first head-to-head of match number 517. Accuracy score 2.67. And presentation 3.43 for a total score of 6.1. We'll see that. So that first round goes to MIT by 7/100ths of a point. And next up, we have Danielle Dangond of MIT.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 팔아. Chariot. 켜내.
Danielle Dangond of MIT performing Taekuk Sajan. In this ring, we have athletes competing in forms all the way from 1 to 4, depending on their belt rank. And it looks like we have our accuracy score of 2.83. Daniel studies computer science and comparative media studies at MIT. And our presentation score coming in at 3.47 for a total of 6.3. And next in our head-to-head matchup is Christina Lee from Cornell.
Chariot. 켜내. 준비. 시작. 팔아. Chariot. 켜내.
Christina Lee from Cornell performing Taekuk Sajan. Coming in with an accuracy score of 2.9. Outside of Taekwondo, Christina also enjoys reading, baking, and playing the flute. And presentation score 3.6 for a total of 6.5. And second round going to Cornell. So each team has 1 win under their belt. This third round will determine. Next up, we have Grace Huang from MIT.
Chariot. 켜내. 준비. 시작. 바로 와. Chariot. 켜내.
That was Grace Huang from MIT performing Taekuk Iljang in our third head-to-head of match number 517. Grace studies computer science at MIT and outside Taekwondo enjoys singing and art. She's getting an accuracy score of 3.07 out of a possible 4 points, and we'll see what the presentation score is. And presentation coming in at 3.6 for a total score of 6.67. And our last head-to-head competitor is Peter Cha from Cornell.
Chariot. 켜내. 준비. 시작. 바로 와. Chariot. 켜내.
That was Peter Cha from Cornell coming in with an accuracy of 2.6. We'll wait for that presentation score to see what the final total score is. And this is not only our first online tournament, but also the first Team Poomsae for C Team. And looks like we have our presentation score of 3.33 for a total of 5.93. That gives MIT 2 wins, which means they will be advancing to the next round. Congratulations. And up next, we'll be going to match number 518, West Point C4 and Albany C2. And just some reminders before we get started. Turn off your video and mic until you are on deck. Set your Zoom name to your competitor name, so please include your school and team name and your last name. And make sure no virtual backgrounds or effects are enabled. We will not be penalizing you due to restarting for technical difficulties. Do your best to stay in frame during your performance. If you have to adjust, that will not be penalized, but out of frame movements will be. And to the best of your ability, turn off other internet-enabled devices. So we have a 3v2 here. And first up from West Point, we'll have Lucas Periscondo.
Chariot. Pilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Pilne.
Lucas Periscondo from West Point, getting a 2.7 for accuracy. Lucas's major is Arabic and Defense and Strategic Studies. Lucas also plays violin, runs, and paintball. And coming in with a presentation score of 3.43 for a total of 6.13. And next up from Albany, we have Maya Shah.
Chariot. Pilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Pilne.
Maya Shah from Albany performing Taekuk Iljang. And Maya has an accuracy score of 2.17. Add that to the 3.1 presentation for a total score of 5.27. That was our first head-to-head of match number 518. And first round goes to West Point. Our next competitor will be Nicholas King from West Point.
Chariot. Pilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Pilne.
Nicholas King from West Point performing Taekuk Iljang, coming in with an accuracy score of 2.4 and presentation of 3.2 for a final score of 5.6. And up next is Samantha Kittle from Albany.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Throw. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Samantha Kittle from U Albany performing Taekuk Ijang, getting an accuracy score of 2.1. And presentation coming in at 2.93 for a total score of 5.03. That's our second head-to-head in this match, and both rounds going to West Point. But we have a third competitor, Ed Jung, so we will be seeing from him next.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Throw. Chariot. Kilne.
Ed Jung from West Point performing Taekuk 1, getting an accuracy score of 2.83. And presentation coming in at 3.47 for a total score of 6.3. And that gives match 518 to West Point, who will be moving on to the next round. And next up is match 520, West Point C2 up against Harvard C1. So we have a 3v2 lineup here. So whichever team wins 2 out of 3 rounds will advance. And first up, we have Vesa Ibrahimi from West Point.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Chariot. Kilne.
Vesa Ibrahimi from West Point performing Taekuk Iljang with an accuracy score of 2.47. Outside of Taekwondo, Vesa likes to work out and watch movies. And our presentation score coming in at 3.37 for a total of 5.83. And next in our head-to-head will be Matthew Tyler from Harvard.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. Shija. Poro. Chariot. Kilne.
Matthew Tyler from Harvard performing Taeguk Sajang. With an accuracy score of 2.33. So we're just waiting on that presentation score for the final score for this first matchup for match number 520. And presentation coming in at 3.47 for a total of 5.8.
Easy him by 0.03.
And first round going to West Point. And next up is Ethan Jennings from West Point.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. Shisha. Poro. Chariot. Chariot. Kilne.
Ethan Jennings from West Point performing Taekuk Iljang. With an accuracy score of 2.77. Outside of Taekwondo, Ethan also likes shooting, fishing, driving, and playing Xbox. And getting a presentation score of 3.37 for a total of 6.13. And next up, we have Cynthia Meza from Harvard.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. Shisha. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
Cynthia Mesa from Harvard performing Taekuk Sajang. In this ring, we have all C team competitors going, and they are allowed to do any rank appropriate form from Taekuks 1 through 4. Cynthia plays in the Harvard Mariachi Band, has 3 younger brothers, and is currently back home in Dallas, Texas. She gets an accuracy score of 2.63. And presentation of 3.43 for a total of 6.07. That's our second head-to-head of this match. And also goes to blue, so West Point will be proceeding. And our third competitor today, third match, will be Josh Wong from West Point.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
Josh Wong from West Point performing Taekuk Iljang and getting an accuracy score of 2.47. Last competitor in match 520 and a presentation score of 3.4 for a total of 5.87. And this match goes to West Point. And next up, I think we're going to match 521 with Princeton C1 up against West Point C1. And we have a full 3-on-3 here. So first up from Princeton, we'll have Nicole Guntanis.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
Nicole Guntanis from Princeton performing Taekuk Samjang, getting an accuracy score of 2.5. And Nicole really enjoys the team hangouts and when they were able to pile onto a bus and travel to competitions. For sure, lots of good memories there, and getting a presentation score of 3.2 for a total of 5.7. Next up, we have John Parker from West Point.
차렷. 캔예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 캔예.
John Parker from West Point performing Taekuk Ijang and getting an accuracy score of 2.87. And John has a twin brother and also a belt in 4 different martial arts, so a very experienced martial artist here. And presentation score of 3.67 for a total score of 6.53. So that's our first head-to-head, and that goes to West Point. Next up, we have Adrian Rogers from Princeton.
차렷. 캔예. 준비. 시작. 바로. 차렷. 캔예.
Adrian Rogers from Princeton performing Taekuk Ijang and getting an accuracy score of 2.47. Very exciting day of competition here in Ring 3 for our C teams, with some schools having as many as 6 or 7 teams, and some only 1 or 2, but not to worry. We are glad everyone competing is here today. And coming in with a presentation score of 3.17 for a total score of 5.63. And next up in this head-to-head is Angela Von Tres from West Point.
차렷. 캔예. 준비. 시작. 바로 저야 그녀
Angela Ventris from West Point performing Taekuk Ijang and getting an accuracy score of 2.7. Outside of Taekwondo, Angela also enjoys drawing and dancing. And a fond memory from Taekwondo is hanging out with the team for Christmas parties. Presentation score coming in at 3.4 for a 6.1 total score. Let's see where that puts us in the head-to-head. So far, both rounds going to West Point. And next up, we have Jaru Chu from Princeton.
저야 그녀 준비. 시작. 바로 저야 그녀
Jaru Chu from Princeton performing Taeguk 2 with an accuracy score of 2.9. Jaru likes to ski outside of Taekwondo and gets a 3.47 for presentation for a total of 6.37. And last in this match is Ivy Mock from West Point.
저야 그녀 준비. 시작. 바로 저야 그녀
Ivy Mock from West Point performing Taeguk 1, getting an accuracy score of 2.83. And outside Taekwondo, Ivy likes hanging out with friends, learning TikTok dances, and wishing to wear civilian clothes. Ivy also did karate in high school and coming in with a presentation score of 3.53 for a total score of 6.37. So match 521 goes to West Point C1. And up next, we have match number 519 in this round of 16 with Cornell C4 up against MIT C1. We've got a full 3-on-3 head-to-head here. And first up, we'll have Vivian Duan up against Angela Gao.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. kilne.
You just watched Vivian Duan from Cornell C4 performing Taeguk 1. We'll see what the scores are, accuracy being out of 4 points and presentation being out of 6. And with 5 judges, we do drop the high and low scores and average the remaining 3. So Vivian's accuracy score coming out to a 2.57 and presentation to a 3.23. Up next, we have Angela Gao from MIT.
Chariot. kilne. 준비. 시작. Para. Chariot. kilne.
Angela Gao from MIT performing Taeguk 1, coming out with an accuracy score of 3.13 out of a total 4 points. And presentation coming to a 3.77 for a total score of 6.9 for this first head-to-head in match number 519. And that first round going to Angela from MIT. Next up, Alex Sanglam from Cornell.
Chariot. kilne. 준비. 시작. Chariot. Kyunhae.
Alex Zanglam from Cornell performing Taegeuk 1 with an accuracy score of 2.33. Outside of Taekwondo, Alex likes plant gathering, insect catching, occasional binge reading, creative writing, photography, design, and cooking. And presentation at 3.23 for a total of 5.57 in the second head-to-head. Next up, we have Tina Chen from MIT.
Chariot. Kyunhae. 준비. 시작. Photo. Chariot. Kyunhae.
That was Tina Chen from MIT performing Taegeuk 1. And we have our accuracy coming in at 2.3. And presentation 3.23 for a total of 5.53. So our second head-to-head goes to Alex Zanglam. It's up to this third round now, so we'll go to Jasa Chang Weinberg from Cornell.
Chariot. Kyunhae. 준비. 시작. Photo. Chariot. Kyunhae.
You just watched Jasa Chang Weinberg from Cornell performing Taegeuk 3, getting an accuracy score of 2.17. Jasa is left-handed and has a scar on her wrist in the shape of a star. And just a reminder to all our athletes to keep your video and mics off until you compete, but make sure they are on so we see your full performance. And Jasa's total score is 5.33. Moving on to our final competitor this match, Tenzin Jampa from MIT.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Para. Chariot. Kilne.
Tenzin Jampa from MIT performing Taeguk Samjan with an accuracy score of 2.2. And we have our 3.5 presentation score for a total of 5.7. And MIT wins 2 of these rounds and will be advancing to the next round. I believe that concludes our round of 16, so we are now going into our quarterfinals rounds for C team. So just some reminders, turn off your video and microphone until you are on deck. And when you're competing, make sure they are both on. Please set your Zoom name to your team and competitor name. No virtual backgrounds or effects. We will not be penalizing you for restarts due to technical difficulties. Stay in frame during your performances. Adjustments are allowed. Out of frame will result in deductions. And turn off other internet-enabled devices. I think for these rounds, moving forward, we ask athletes to stay in the room if they are advancing. So we'll have them close at hand for the semi and final rounds. From this point forward, lame duck matches will be optional. So if you have already won 2 out of 3, it is up to the competitors whether they want to do that 3rd round. All right, we will be getting started with match 522 with a same school matchup, West Point C5 versus West Point C6. And we have a full 3 versus 3. First up, Minso Yang. And if you're watching online and want to see where the bracket is right now, you can visit ectc-online.org to find the Fall Online Poomsae Tournament page. We're looking for West Point C5, Minso Yang.
Chariot. Kane. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kane.
That was Minso Yang of West Point from the C5 team. Getting an accuracy score of 2.7. And presentation coming in at 3.37 for a total score of 6.07. So next up, also from West Point, is Janice Zapata.
Chariot. Kane. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kane.
That was Janice Zapata from West Point C6. Reminder that we want to hear your key up, so make sure you are unmuted during your performance. Janice getting an accuracy score of 2.1. And presentation 3.03 for a total of 5.13 in this first head-to-head, all in the same school. And first round goes to the C5 team. Next up, Erin Lee. Let's make sure you're unmuted for this one.
But I'm so pissed off.
Chariot. Kane. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kane.
Erin Lee from West Point C5 performing take 1 with an accuracy score of 2.47. In this team format, you can have up to 3 competitors per team, and we have 2 3v3 teams today. We have our presentation score of 3.33 for a final score of 5.8. Next up from West Point C6 is Seth Quackenbush.
Harriet. Kinley. 준비. 시작. Tara. Harriet. Kinley.
Seth Quackenbush from West Point C6 doing Taeguk 1 with an accuracy score of 2.33 in this quarterfinal match. And waiting on that presentation score to see what the results of this second head-to-head will be. At West Point, Seth's major is Persian and Spanish. All right, and we have our presentation score of 3.27 for a total of 5.6. Let's see where that puts us in the second head-to-head of this quarterfinal match. So it looks like C5 is taking it so far. So since C5 has won both rounds, it is up to the competitors whether they want to do this third round. Looks like we will be moving on to our next quarterfinal match. All right, since we're getting down to our last teams here in the C Team Poomsae matchup, lame duck matches are now optional. So if one team has won 2 out of 3 rounds, then the next competitors get to decide whether or not they want to perform their Poomsae for good practice. And looks like we have another same school matchup with MIT C4 against MIT C2 for match number 523. So full team matchup for our two C teams here from MIT. And first up, we'll have Jawad Yousaf against Daniel Dangon.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Haro. Chariot. Kilne.
Jawad from MIT C4 performing Taeguk 1, getting an accuracy score of 2.9. And presentation of 3.67 for a total of 6.57. And next up in this head-to-head is MIT C2 Daniel Dangon.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Daniel Dangon from MIT C2, getting an accuracy score of 2.8.
Yeah.
Outside of Taekwondo, Daniel also likes building websites and songwriting, and coming out for a presentation score of 3.57 for a total of 6.37 in this first head-to-head. And first round going to Jawad from Team C4. Next up, we have Tejas Jayashankar. Having some connectivity issues.
Why is it showing this stuff on the keyboard? What is my camera doing? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, okay, all right. So let's try to prop this up. Who has a webcam there? Okay. How about that? Is that better? Yeah.
So in
That'd
our
be great.
team format here, we're having athletes compete in their belt appropriate Poomsae from 1 through 4.
That's better. Back one square.
Chariot. Kilne. Jumbi. Shisha. Toro. Chariot. Kilne.
Okay, looks like we're having some bandwidth issues, so we might have to sort out some of those technical quirks behind the scenes. So if you're just joining us, this is now the quarterfinal rounds for C Team Poomsae for our inaugural ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament. Competitors have been competing in teams of 1 to 3 today and going head to head with other competitors. And all of this is done over Zoom, and we have judges in this ring. And our judges for this ring are Audrey Crawford, Frank Fang, Leah Rosenzweig, Akila Saravanan, and Pulkit Jain. And Mark Zero Janice. We've had a good variety of different backgrounds and settings today, and nice to see how people are really finding the space to still do Taekwondo, even at a distance. Special shout out to all those friends and family who are in the same places as our competitors, who are letting them use their bandwidth while the competitors are competing. And Tejas Jaya Shankar, if you are there, unfortunately, our connection was not good enough to score that last Poomsae. So if we could find some better connection or a solution.
Is it okay now? Can you see me?
Do you need to redo your Poomsae?
Yeah, I need to redo it.
I see.
All right. Hold on. I'm gonna see if the judges can see you.
Can you see me?
Looks like we're still getting bandwidth connection warnings. So
Oh, really? Yeah, they want me to redo it.
Can you do? Oh, really? Can you do the? Can you do the hotspot? Are you on Wi-Fi or hotspot?
I'm on Wi-Fi now.
Oh no, you really need to go hotspot. Do you have a hotspot?
I do. It seems to be slow.
You can try my hotspot, but not always good.
thanks for standing by and finding quick solutions. As a reminder, athletes who have to restart due to technical difficulties will not be penalized.
Can you hear and see me now? Can you see me?
I think this is better. I'll get confirmation from the judges shortly. Okay, I think we're ready to give it a run. Thank you so much for working through the technical difficulties.
Chariot. Kunai. Junbi. Shisha. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Tejas Jayashankar from MIT C4. It's our second in our head-to-head of two MIT teams in these quarterfinal matches for C teams. And waiting for those scores to come in, and there's our accuracy score at 2.83. And our presentation at 3.53 for a total score of 6.37. All right, next up in this head-to-head is Alessandra Santos from MIT C2.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Alessandra Santos from MIT C2 performing Taekuk Samjang, coming in with a score of an accuracy score of 2.63. And a presentation score of 3.40 for a final of 6.03. Let's see where this puts this quarterfinal match. Oh, and it looks like both rounds going to MIT C4 team so far. And since this is the quarterfinal match, it's up to the remaining athletes whether or not they want to perform their Poomsae.
I would like to.
All right, then we will have Julia Pocket from MIT up next.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
Thanks, Julia. So sorry. We seem to have some connectivity issues on that run as well. So we're going to have to ask you for a redo.
Oh, okay. Is it better now?
Connection appears to be okay.
Okay.
Chariot. Kilme. Junbi. 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 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilme.
All right, that was Julia Pocket from MIT's C4 team. And she gets an accuracy score of 2.17. And a presentation score of 3.33 for a total of 5.5. All right, and now we have Grace Huang from MIT C2.
Chariot. Kilme. 준비. 시작. Pearl. Chariot. Kilme.
That was Grace Wang from MIT C2 performing Taekuk Iljang. And accuracy coming in at 3.1. That's out of a possible 4 points, and presentation 3.63 for a total of 6.73. So it looks like MIT C4 will be advancing to the next round. So next is our next quarterfinal match, which is match number 524. And it's a West Point up against MIT match. We have a full 3-on-3 matchup here. So up first will be Ed Jung from West Point.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Ed Jung from West Point C4, performing Taeguk 1. We have an accuracy score of 2.83. With our 5 judges, we again drop the high and the low score and average the remaining 3. And a 3.57 for presentation, for a total score of 6.4. Next up is Angela Gao from MIT C1.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Angela Gao from MIT C1 team performing Taeguk 1. And getting an accuracy score of 3.2 out of a possible 4 accuracy points. And 3.73 for presentation for a total score of 6.93. So that first matchup goes to Angela from MIT C1. Next up, we have Lucas Periscando from West Point C4.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Chariot. Kilne.
Lucas Periscando from West Point C4 performing Taeguk 1. And this is the quarterfinals of the ECTC 2020 Fall Online Poomsae Tournament C-Team Division from white belts to green belts. And we're getting a 2.83 accuracy score there. One of Lucas's fun Taekwondo memories is working on flexibility with teammates, a good thing for Poomsae for sure. Presentation coming in at 3.57 for a total score of 6.4. Next in the head-to-head is Tenzin Jampa from MIT C1.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Tenzin Jampa from MIT C1 performing Taeguk Samjang in the second head-to-head of this quarterfinal match for C-Team. And we're getting a 3.00 accuracy score. Waiting on that presentation score. And we have a 3.57 per presentation for a total of 6.57. Let's see where that puts us in the head-to-head. And looks like MIT is getting 2 of 3 rounds. So looks like our third competitor is ready to go, but this third round is optional. So next up then we have Nicholas King from West Point C4.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Nicholas King from West Point C4 performing Taeguk Iljang, getting an accuracy score of 2.57. And this is the final head-to-head in this quarterfinal match. Presentation score 3.2 for a total of 5.77. Last up in this round, we have Tina Chen from MIT C1.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Tina Chen from MIT C1 performing Take It Iljang in this final matchup of this quarterfinal round for C teams. Tina gets a 3.07 for accuracy out of a possible 4 points. And 3.47 for presentation for a total score of 6.53. So all 3 rounds go to MIT C1 for this matchup. And we'll be moving on to our final quarterfinal match. Next up is a same school to same school matchup with West Point C2 up against West Point C1. It's a full 3v3. And first up, we have Josh Wong from West Point C2.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. Bishop. Paro. Chariot.
That was Josh Wong from West Point C2. Josh is getting an accuracy score of 2.63. Josh wrestled in high school, is from California, and this is Josh's first time learning Taekwondo. And we get a 3.37 for presentation for a total score of 6.0. Next up, we have John Parker from West Point C1.
Chariot. Kilne. Junbi. Bishop.
Looks like our connection has dropped there. We will have to be redoing that, Poomsae. So once we get back online, we'll get started with that. And can we check West Point's internet connection? All right, and when we get back to it, we will be in our final quarterfinal round for C Team Poomsae in our very first 2020 online Poomsae tournament for the ECTC. Today's tournament would not be possible without a lot of great people working behind the scenes. We have Caroline Scheck as your Zoom operator, Catherine Chen as your spreadsheet operator. I'm Memie and I am your commentator. Noriko Aizawa is looking for our competitors. Betsy is managing the match. And it looks like we are back online. Hopefully our connection does not drop this time.
Sorry, this is West Point. We lost connection just now. Were you able to see that Poomsae just now for Parker?
The Poomsae froze midway, so we did not get the whole form, so we'll have to redo it.
Okay, sounds good. We'll have it redo it, yeah. Thank you very much.
Kyonae. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kyonae.
That was John Parker from West Point C1 team. As a reminder, athletes are not penalized due to technical difficulties in having to restart. And John gets an accuracy score of 3.1. And presentation coming in at 3.7 for a total score of 6.8. That was our first round in this head-to-head matchup, and first round going to West Point C1. Next up, Ethan Jennings.
Chariot. Kyonae. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kyonae.
You just watched Ethan Jennings from West Point C2 performing Taeguk Iljang. Ethan gets an accuracy score of 2.87. And presentation coming in at 3.43 for a total of 6.3. Next up from West Point C1 is Ivy Mock.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Paro. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Ivy Mock from West Point C1. And we're now in that was the second head-to-head in this final quarterfinal match. And Ivy gets a 2.97 out of possible 4 points for accuracy. And we'll look at that presentation score. 3.53 for a total, 3.50 for a total of 6.47. Let's see where that puts us in the head-to-head. So far, West Point C1 winning both rounds, but looks like our third competitors are ready to go. So next up will be Vesa Ibrahimi.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Vesa Ibrahimi from West Point C2 performing Taeguk Iljan, getting an accuracy score of 2.9. And presentation coming in at 3.37 for a total of 6.27. Last up in this head-to-head is Angela Vantress.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Angela Vantress from West Point C1, getting an accuracy score of 2.93. Angela's from Houston, plays the violin and piano, and has a 3-legged dog. And presentation coming in at 3.4 for a total score of 6.33. Looks like all 3 rounds going to West Point C1. Not every day that you go against people from your own school. And that wraps up our quarterfinals, and we're now on to the semis. First up is West Point C5 up against MIT C4. All right, and looks like we have another 3-3 matchup. First up from West Point C5, we'll have Aaron Lee.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Aaron Lee from West Point C5. And we just have to make sure our technical side went smoothly enough to score that round. So. And West Point, we're going to ask if you can keep your camera on for just a few seconds after the Poomsae ends. All right, looks like we may have to be redoing that form. Unfortunately, our connection cut out at a few key points, so we didn't catch all the details. Again, no point penalization for redoing it, and thank you for working through the technical difficulties. So once again, this is Aaron Lee from West Point C5.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 견해.
That was Erin Lee from West Point, C5, getting an accuracy score of 2.67. And 3.4 for a total score of 6.07. And for our head-to-head matchup, we'll go over to MIT C4 with Tejas Jayashankar.
Chariot. 견해. 준비. 시작. Power. Chariot. 견해.
That was Tejas Jayashankar from MIT C4, getting an accuracy score of 3.07 out of a possible 4 points. And we'll just wait for that presentation score to see where that puts us in this head-to-head in this semifinal round of C team. Presentation coming in at 3.43 for a total score of 6.5. Looks like that first match is going to MIT. Next up, we have Jessie Yu from West Point C5.
Chariot. 견해. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. 견해.
Jessie Yu from West Point performing Taeguk Iljang. Jessie gets an accuracy score of 2.8. And presentation 3.3 for a total of 6.1. Next up in the matchup is Julia Pocket from MIT C4.
Chariot. 견해. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Julia Pocket from MIT C4. This is Julia's first time competing ever in any sports competition. Julia gets an accuracy score of 2.37. Julia is also really passionate about the environment and has 2 cats. Final score here is 5.63. Let's see where that puts us in the head-to-head. So 1 round going each way so far, so it'll be up to this 3rd matchup to see which team gets to advance. Next up, Minso Yang from West Point C5.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Minso Yang from West Point C5. Minso's favorite class in school is chemistry and least favorite is history. Minso is coming in with an accuracy score of 3 out of a possible 4 points. We'll see what Minso's presentation score is. Presentation 3.27 for a total score of 6.27. Our final competitor for the semifinal round is Jawad Youssef from MIT C4.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Paro. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Jawad Youssef from MIT C4 performing Taekuk Iljang. This is our last head-to-head of the semifinal round, getting an accuracy score of 3.17 and presentation of 3.47 for a total of 6.63. Let's see where this puts us in our head-to-head. Looks like MIT is advancing, winning 2 out of the 3 rounds. And we're on to our next semifinal match, which is MIT C1 against West Point C1. I think I've seen these school names before. All right, and here's our lineup. It's a full 3-on-3 for the semi-final match. So first up, we'll have Tenzin Jampa from MIT C1.
저요? 형님. 준비. 시작. Go. Go.
And that was Tenzin Jampa from MIT C1, performing Taekuk Samjang. And we have our full score, 2.53 accuracy, 3.4 for presentation, for a total of 5.93. Next up, we have Ivy Mock from West Point.
저요? 형님. 준비. 시작. Go. Show.
That was Ivy Mock from West Point C1, performing Taekuk Iljang. Ivy gets a 3.1 accuracy. In addition to Taekwondo, Ivy knows how to surf. And presentation score coming in at 3.4 for a total of 6.5. I believe this gives West Point the first round in this matchup. Next up is Tina Chen from MIT C1.
저요? 형님. 준비. 시작. show.
That was Tina Chen from MIT C1 performing Taekuk Iljang. Getting a 3.17 accuracy score. And a 3.5 for presentation for a total score of 6.67. Next up in this matchup is Angela Vontres from West Point C1.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 따라. show.
That was Angela Ventres from West Point C1 performing Taekuk Iljang in our second head-to-head in this semifinal round. Angela gets a 2.97 for accuracy. And a 3.47 for presentation for a total score of 6.43. And that second round goes to MIT's Tina Chen. So it's up to this third round, which will determine which team gets to advance to the finals. First up, Angela Gao from MIT.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작. 따라. show.
Angela Gao from MIT C1 performing Taekuk Iljang, getting an accuracy score of 3.37. We'll wait for that presentation score to see what the first score of this final head-to-head in this semifinal round is. 3.63 for, I believe, our first 7 of the day. And next up is John Parker from West Point C1.
차렷. 경례. 준비. 시작.
That was John Parker from West Point C1 performing Taika Ijang. And this is the last head-to-head of the semifinal, getting an accuracy of 3.2. Looks like over the course of competition today, our accuracy scores have just been going up, and presentation score of 3.67 for a total score of 6.87. And it looks like MIT takes that round to advance to the finals of these online C-Team Poomsae championships. All right, and we will be taking a very brief break before we get to our finals. Hope our competitors have a chance to get some water and take a little break before they go into their final head-to-head matches. So we'll be back at 5:45 Eastern Standard Time. And I believe all our competitors should still be in the Zoom room so that we're ready to go when our finals kick off. All right, here in ring 3, getting ready for our C Team Poomsae finals. We have MIT C4 up against MIT C1. Very exciting day, very exciting matchups. Looks like our final round is within the same school matchup as we've had several times today. We're just making sure we have all our judges and technicalities ready to go. And really big props to all the athletes who have competed so many times today. It's tough to do a form that many times, and especially for those competitors who had to redo them due to technical difficulties. And looks like we are ready to go with our first matchup. First, we'll have Jawad Youssef from MIT C4.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Hurrow. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Jawad Youssef from MIT C4 performing Taeguk Iljang for this finals round. Jawad gets a 3.23 accuracy score. We'll wait for that presentation score for our first score of this final is 3.67 for a total of 6.9. Our scores are really climbing now. And up next from MIT C1, we have Tenzin Jampa.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. Hurrow. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Tenzin Jampa from MIT C1 performing Taeguk Samjang. That's our first head-to-head in this finals round. As we've been doing all day, we have 5 judges in this ring, which means we drop the highest and lowest scores and average the remaining 3. And we get a 2.73 for accuracy. And 3.63 for presentation, giving us a final score of 6.37. Looks like that first round is going to MIT C4. Next up, we have Julia Pocket.
Chariot. Kunai. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. kunai.
That was Julia Pocket from MIT C4. Julia had her first belt test over Zoom and counts it as a fond memory of Taekwondo. And Julia finishes with a final score of 5.67. Our next competitor from MIT C1 is Angela Gao.
Chariot. kunai. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. kunai.
That was Angela Gao from MIT C1 performing Taekwondo Iljang, coming out with an accuracy score of 3.33. And presentation coming to 3.67 for a total score of 7.0. We'll see where that leaves our second head-to-head. One for blue, one for red. Looks like it's up to this third match to determine the winner. Next up, Tejas Jayashankar from MIT C4.
Chariot. kunai. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
That was Tejas Jayashankar from MIT C4 performing Taekuk Iljang. This is the last head-to-head of our finals for this C-Team Online Poomsae Championships. And Tejas gets a 3.0 accuracy score. Presentation comes out to 3.47 for a total score of 6.47. That brings us to our final competitor for this division, Tina Chen from MIT C1.
Chariot. Kilne. 준비. 시작. 바로. Chariot. Kilne.
You just watched Tina Chen from MIT C1 performing Taekuk Iljang. Tina comes in with an accuracy score of 3.17. Tina's presentation score is 3.43 for a total score of 6.6. Let's see who the winner is. And it looks like MIT C1 wins the championships with 2 out of 3 rounds. Congratulations. That was quite an exciting finals, extremely close and very hotly contested. Congratulations to all our competitors today. This is our final bracket. And there are our champions for the day, MIT C1. Congratulations. Great job to all the competitors today, and big thank you to all the TC and referees who helped make today possible and run smoothly. We're so glad you joined us for these online Poomsae championships with the ECTC. Even in these socially distant times, Taekwondo can still bring us together. If you want to catch the closing ceremony, that will be happening in Ring 1 live streamed on YouTube.